Hello everybody, once again from Leicester. We're at the Mattioli Arena for day one of the 2025 BetVictor Championship League, the invitation version. So there's 25 players split into 7 groups, and the winner of each of those groups will contest the final winners group in a few weeks' time to decide our champion and book a place in the Champion of Champions next season. So very early stages. We've got some real big hitters to come in the coming weeks, and already some fascinating action has been played today. And this is the table as it stands, and it's very, very tight. As you can see, there's already 5 players on a point each. So 5 players on a point each. Of course, this is going to change not only this evening, but also over the course of tomorrow. If you finish in the top 4, you come back for the playoffs, but the bottom 2 players tomorrow night will be relegated. So yeah, it's a very tight right now, and of course the table will change with these matches we're about to watch this evening. We start on table 1 shortly with Chris Wakelin against Jack Jones. Now Wakelin, as we saw there, hasn't won a match yet, so really needs something out of tonight. He plays Hossein Vafai later. And table 2, they'll be starting shortly with Ryan Day against Pang Zhengzhou. But everything to play for. Chris Wakelin, though, who we're about to see, really could do with, well, a couple of points tonight, but certainly one from the 2 matches he's going to play. He was looking good early on against Gary Wilson, but lost that one 3-1, and then he lost 3-0 to Pang Zhengzhou. Jack Jones has really reiterated his reputation for being one of the tough guys of the sport. He lost 3-2 to Hossein Vafai. That was a long match, but then he bounced back from 2-0 down to beat Gary Wilson 3-2. He made a 1-3-5, so he's battled through there to get his first point. And coupled with the frames he took from the first match, he's actually looking good at the moment. But as I say, it's still early days. This is session 2. Let's see how it all unfolds. Rob Spencer, the referee. Best of 5. Players get £100 a frame. And of course, it's 1 point for a win. Chris Wakelin just gets himself prepared. It's a big night for him. He's the top-ranked player in this group, world number 15, but at the moment he's struggling. Played 2, lost 2. Peter Lyons once again with us in the commentary box. Yeah, I thought Jack Jones was very impressive, Peter, because, you know, his shoulders didn't slump. He plotted 1 ball in the first 2 frames against Gary, but he just got on with it and turned it round.
Yeah, he's got a very good attitude for the game. Yeah, and Chris Wakelin, if he gets nothing out of these next 2 matches, could find himself relegated even before tomorrow. Yeah, but Chris is definitely going to have to up his game from this morning. Didn't get going at all. Easy to get down onto a red. Yeah, I think he's played to try and check that to land on the red to the left of the pack, but overhit it. So just a safety.
Well, there's only 3 places between these 2 in the rankings, but it's massive because Wakelin's 15 and Jones is 18. And of course, the top 16 in snooker is the elite group. So the Masters next week is for the top 16. Wakelin will be there. Jack Jones has missed out.
Yeah, it's funny how the rankings work these days, isn't it? I think, was it Neil Robertson got in the top 16 for the UK, but then fell out for the Masters?
Well, it keeps you on your toes, I think. The number of tournaments, of course, it's based on prize money. Not the worst little nudge there off the middle pocket. Jack Jones, yeah. So, I mean, John Higgins was the one, wasn't he? He'd been in the top 16 for 29 years, unbeaten, unbroken, I should say. And then he dropped out after the English Open, and it was, oh, well, it's all, you know, the obituaries were kind of being written. 1 week later, he was back in because he got to the final of the British Open. He'd probably be there for another 29 years.
Yeah, it was a sore point in my house.
Well, of course, yeah, he played your son in the semis, didn't he?
Chris having a go at this one. Can he get through the gap? Get back out? It doesn't look like he will, but he has. Yeah, not a great kiss, I don't think. He's on the green, but not a great angle to get back down for the Reds. Great effort.
Four.
Well, a lot of this tonight, but attitude, I think you can't afford to think it's over for you. There's still 4 matches to play, including this one. And if you won them all, you qualify tomorrow. 3 might be enough. I remember Stuart Bigham a couple of years ago. He came into Group 1 and he lost a couple early on. And he said he went back to his hotel after day 1 and he thought, well, I could just feel sorry for myself, or I could come back tomorrow and win the group. And he did. Well, unfortunately, that red's in the way for the black.
And it's not easy to find a safe place. The red is close to the pocket. The red that's up from that could be a big pocket using the other red as well. I'm gonna have to get this white tight on the cushion.
Chris Wakeland.
Looks like Jack's just rolling up to the red.
We have started on table 2, Ryan Day and Pang Jung Zhu there. Ryan Day, said earlier, a real stalwart of this tournament. He did beat Elliot Slesser 3-1. Pang, on this table, beat Wakeland, of course, 3-0. All the balls. Well, it hasn't gone in, but it got closest, the blue.
Yeah, there wasn't many balls that didn't move there.
Most important ball, though, is the cue ball, and he's found some sort of safety.
Not sure about that one. Dave, he had a straightforward safety shot off the red in balk. Obviously went that as a shot to nothing, but caught it way too thick.
Well, there's clearly danger lurking here. So many reds out in the open.
Yeah, Chris's body language suggests that he's left the red closest to the left-hand corner. Is it going to bounce and be on the blue? It looks like it is. Or is it? Yeah, no, that last shot of Chris is either the table's rolled off or it was very, very careless. What a chance now. Looking black awkward, but the way the reds are positioned, there's a lot of them round the blue. He could win the frame here without really doing much. Well, that has actually gone a little bit awkward. Didn't want to put the red in front of the other red to the middle pocket. He's made a bit of a mess of this so far. Now can he play this to get the plant and still stay on the blue? Yeah, just about. That's pretty good.
8.
Again, he won't be happy with that one. Just come up a little bit short on the blue.
Yeah, this did happen a little bit in his last match, but he managed to keep it going sufficiently in the 3 frames he won.
Yeah, hard to see him not winning the frame now at this visit. The ball's at his mercy. Already 13 from.
Yeah, and it's Wakelin, of course, who really does need something out of this session. He's got 2 matches. Certainly would need to win one of them to stand a chance of staying in the event, you would feel.
43.
Yes, so just one more red and a high
48.
value colour.
49.
Yeah, he's been singing the blues, hasn't he, here? Pink and black, no good during this break, so he's been relying on the 5-point ball. And this one should secure the frame.
Yeah, he had one awkward moment at the start of the break where he covered the middle pocket with another red, but since then it's been
55.
fairly straightforward.
Wakelin did have an early chance. He played quite an aggressive shot, opening them up, but red went over the pocket, blocked the black. Jones misses that one, but it's a good break, this.
And the first frame.
And Chris Wakelin remains in his chair, so Jack Jones takes the opening frame.
gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry.
And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well, things were looking pretty bleak for Jack Jones when he was 2-0 down to Gary Wilson, because of course he'd lost his first match to Hussein for 5, but he turned that round. He won 3-2. He's already 1-0 up here against Chris Wakelin as the second session of the day gets underway. Ryan Day's won the opener against Pang Junzhu on table 2. Remember, there's 7 players in this group, and it's about finishing in the top 4 to get into the playoffs tomorrow night. And then whoever does win the final will take the first place in the winners group. That's repeated another 6 times, and we'll have 7 players for that winners group in early February.
Chris Wakelin to break.
Free go at this long red. Can only really leave the red he's playing, running through for the black, and if he gets it, could be in business. Yeah, and then it goes. Now, has he got the angle to just stun across for the red? I think he's gone a little bit too far. To go and fire him so he can run off 2 cushions and come out for the bottom red. Couldn't have played that much better.
8.
Terrific shot. Didn't play that very well, but it's come out okay. That little flick on the black on the way past.
Yeah, it often seems like when you're playing well, you get the little nudges and little flicks that help you continue if something's gone slightly wrong.
Yeah,
and he is queuing pretty well at the moment, is Jack. Quite a bit of work to do.
20.
He's played on the red. He kissed. He hasn't got enough stun on left hand side on the shot. Now will he risk the red at the bottom of the pack? Or does he think he can just dink this one in the middle? Got to be careful. Doesn't leave the other one into the green pocket if he misses it. And he has missed it. Chris does look all at sea. His timing's all over the place. He's not seeing the angles of the shots properly.
Yeah, there's an opportunity for sure for Jack Jones to take advantage of that. Wakelin actually did beat him in that shootout that he won a couple of years ago now in this very venue, albeit very different atmosphere at the shootout. Of course, it was just one frame and it was a real close finish.
Yeah, that's been misjudged
8.
from Jack. He's sort of hit the pack and screwed back into him when wanted to stun out to the side. Yeah, I was talking to Chris during lunch and he was saying that he's just recently had a little baby and it's been born 8 weeks premature, so I'm sure he's got other more important things on his mind than his snooker today. So we wish him and his family and his newborn baby girl all the best. Surely this isn't a plant, Dave, into the middle, right down where Chris Wakelin's sitting.
Amazing. As I say though, it just seems, you know, these things go for you when you kind of almost don't need the help.
Yeah, this now seems like frame ball. I think if this goes in, it's going to be 2-0. In it goes, no problem. Lovely controlled shot from Jack
16.
Jones. But he'll be able to sense, though, out there that Chris is struggling.
17.
Got to make sure he capitalises.
Yeah, because the shoe was on the other foot when Jack played Gary Wilson. He was struggling. He scored 1 point in 2 frames, and he was there for the taking. But Wilson just didn't put him away, and of course he came back and won the match. So it's looking like 2-0, but he's got to close the match out, get the point. Yeah, best wishes though to Chris and his family, as you say. I mean, when we talk about sort of form and we analyse results,
28.
quite often people look at, you know, technique or look at the cue the player's using, but it's worth remembering there's a life out there away from snooker where all sorts of things are happening that affect preparation and just general how you're feeling, and Chris has had his hands full of late.
So 68 in front. Justice Red takes round 2.
It's 2-0 to another Welshman, Ryan Day, 2-0 up against Pang Jung-Zhu on table 2.
Inches. 51.
Still an outside chance of a century. wants to be just slightly low on this red if he can, so knock the other red into play and potting it. Just about perfect.
66.
Give the pink a little flick on the way past.
67.
Jack Jones has made 2 centuries today already to take his career tally to 97. The double just stays out, so he's not made one here, but he's thoroughly in control of the match. He leads 2-0 and he needs one more for victory.
And the gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
So Jack Jones looking good here in the first match of the second session on day one of the BetVictor Championship League in Leicester, 2-0. He leads Chris Wakelin. Wakelin, having lost his first 2 matches, staring down the barrel of a hat-trick of defeats. Still will have a match to play later against Hossein Vafai, but starting to look pretty grim for him unless he can find something here.
Yeah, that's an area a lot of players have struggled with today. Their break-off shot, quite a few of them have been very poor. Now Chris knocked this in, come round the back of the black. Damage done as far as leaving anything, but that's not going to make Chris feel any better. That should have been a routine pot for him. Another chance straight back at the table. he's got the angle here. I think he'd be well advised to try and run the pink through and open some reds up, knowing he's got that red hanging over the middle pocket. Maybe didn't quite have the angle. No, this bit into the reds. The way things are going for Chris today, don't be surprised if you see a red disappear as well. That was a good pressure pot for the circumstances. That's turned into a good chance to win the frame in one visit.
28.
Yeah, he's only had one sizable break today. That was the frame he won against Gary Wilson, 71. Even that wasn't plain sailing because the scoreboard crashed during it and there was a slight dispute about what the break actually was.
20. $36. 37.
It doesn't really need to, I don't think, but could stun into the reds here. And open a few more up.
$44.
Oh dear. Just when he looks set to win the frame, he's missed another black off the spot.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the cue ball there to see how the cannon worked out, just assuming the black will be in, but it's not. So 45, but plenty still on. Meanwhile, Pang Jung-Jiu just made 125, a break to win the third against Ryan Day. Bearing in mind he'd only potted one ball before that. That was a terrific break. 2-1 to date.
Yeah, only one safe red. And there's a possibility that Jones could take the red off the cushion here. Off the blue, off the black cushion, move the red, knowing a good chance to be on the red in the middle of the table. Dare you risk it? I think it could be the shot. coming up a little bit short.
4.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. It's a little bit awkward. I think he's going to have to take the bottom red of these. Try and miss the cannon on the black. Go back down for the blue. The top one looks very tight past those 2 reds, but that looks like the one he's taking.
5.
Yeah, I think he put so much into the pot there that he's come up a little bit short on the blue. Now I think possibly he's in no man's land. Yeah, I think he's missed a trick there, not taking blue with the first red. Getting that the only awkward red off the cushion. Now he's put another red on the cushion. That's another poor shot from Chris. Giving Jack a easy opening to move one of the awkward reds. Yeah, not guaranteed this black, but if he gets it, it's a great chance.
Yeah, if he could just now keep a bit of control of this cue ball, because it's been roaming around a bit. If he could just keep himself nicely in, then there's a great chance. Got the black back on its spot, which will help.
$11.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Sure, he's already got a plan in his mind of how he's going to tackle the slightly awkward last red. Now, if the top red, if the red closest to the pink goes, not taking it. Still going to need one good shot if he wants to win the frame at this visit. And there it is. That's a terrific shot. think the red does pass the blue. Almost certainly he's getting down very quickly for it.
26.
Yeah, so that was, in theory, the problem ball dealt with. Now it's about just dealing with what's left here to get this one. Landing on this last red, obviously key.
Yeah, just miss the blue and stay away from the cushion. Just fraction short. So still needs one more good shot.
Yeah, there's been a lot of shots he's played, even in frames he's been winning with breaks, where the cue ball just had to travel quite a distance, and again there just didn't quite make it. So a bit of pressure on this.
Yeah, because the pace he's going to play it, he's probably going to stay somewhere near the pocket if it doesn't go in. But if it does go in, it is almost certainly a match winner. Wants to be on the green or brown. And there you go.
Yeah, again, it was position that cost him. Okay, he's missed it, but he could have been on it basically in an unmissable position. In the end, he needed the long stuff, he needed the rest, and he's missed it. So, what does Chris Wakelin have left here? Not out of this match yet. Yellow, green and brown, and we're going into frame 4. In the context of the group, you know, that positional shot that Jack Jones played on the last red, it could be very important if he ends up losing this match. Who's to say that could be the shot that costs him maybe even a place in the playoffs tomorrow? We'll only know that tomorrow, but in this match it's certainly looking important. To open the door unexpectedly for Wakelin.
70.
So Chris Wakelin, he's on the scoreboard. He wins his first frame. It could easily have been 3-0 there, but Jack Jones has his lead reduced to 2-1.
And the gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
So it's 2-1. I mean, it was a relatively straightforward sort of mop-up for Wakelin, even though he's not played well today. He kind of fancied him once Jack Jones missed that last red. And indeed, he did enough to take the frame. So still in there. And as I say, you just never know. These are short matches. They can turn around quickly. Jack Jones had the chance to win 3-0. Let's see how many more he gets to win either 3-1 or if we go to a decider. This is the first of 3 matches tonight on table 1. Gary Wilson, Hussein Vafai is the second, then Vafai stays on to play Wakelin in the last one. 2 former shootout players there, champions going head to head.
Yeah, let's see if Chris can find a bit of confidence from stealing that frame. I don't know if he went for that one or not. That couldn't have been any closer.
I think he certainly felt that was in. He was sort of stepping towards the black there, wasn't he? But it wasn't in. Watch him here. And he stopped in his tracks.
Taking an attacking option, but already found its way over the corner pocket, but I don't think Jones can see it. But straightforward shot to play it cushion first, but can he get onto a colour? Just into luck that hopes he can get out onto a blue or pink.
One.
No, I don't think he's on anything. Or is he? That looks very tight.
Well, there you are, just the odd millimetre here and there can make a difference.
8.
It's the same scenario, really. It's what let him down in the last frame, just trying to keep now tight control of the cue ball, because the black on the spot and the red spread like this is just a wonderful chance to win frame and match. But as we've already seen, anything can go wrong at any point. It's not always about missing, it's about where you leave yourself on the next shot.
And already he's not come quite far enough. His bridge is in an awkward position.
Jack Jones 9.
Yeah, well, as you say, you know, that could have been so much easier. Same thing again, just not keeping himself in ideal position, putting himself under a bit of pressure, and now leaving the chance for Wakelin, who really would feel he should have lost already 3-0.
What?
And
6.
blue in the open, pink in the open. Even though the black's safe, it shouldn't cause Chris too much trouble.
7. $30. 14.
It doesn't look like there's much that can go wrong here unless Chris misses.
Chris Wakelin.
Something like
14.
that.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear. We've seen him now in 3 matches. He's not as sharp as he has been this season. As you've explained, there's other things going on in his life off the table, happy things. But
What?
again, the question is, can Jack Jones now put something substantial together, just keep himself nicely in?
Yeah, there's a little bit of pressure on Jack now as well, because he knows he should already be back in the players' room preparing for the next match, so he doesn't want to let this chance slip away as well.
7. 8.
2-2, meanwhile, Pang Zhengzhou and Ryan Day. Pang, a bit like Jones earlier with Gary Wilson, he only scored 1 point in the first 2 frames, but he's come back, made a century, he's won a close frame, so they're about to start their decider.
Yeah, Jack already slightly twitchy up and down, can't make his mind up. He's missed it.
Jack Jones 8.
I mean, he never really set himself at all there for that shot. He was up, he was down, he was up again. And he's just hit this in a dead straight line.
Strange, I mean, been so much on top in the match, had so many chances, but he seems to have tensed up now, looking for problems where they're not there.
Chris Wakelin can somehow get out of this match with a victory.
6.
He'll be pinching himself.
$7.
need some of these
12.
slightly more awkward reds, and the pink and black are tied up. He's taking a chance here.
$30.
Well, he did, and he won't be disappointed with the outcome. He's been a little bit fortunate there. That could have quite
70.
easily gone wrong.
Yeah, I think initially he might have thought he wasn't on it. He sort of looked away to the non-existent crowd, but then looked back and he can see enough of the red to pot it for sure.
$80. Cheers.
Just playing into an area. You could just kiss the black whole ball coming down. I'd land him in almost perfect position, I guess.
$21.
Kissing the red and not the black. Once that red goes squeezes past the pink, it's break over.
Chris Wakelin, 21.
Yeah, I mean, there's no two ways about it. Wakelin has struggled. It's just a question of, you know, Jack Jones, since going 2-0 up, hasn't been able to punish. He had the great chance to win 3-0. Didn't get on the last red as intended. He's been in this frame a couple of times. Missed that pink on his last visit.
Yeah, I think Jack is going to be really disappointed if he goes on to lose this match. Decent length on the safety. Again, all the reds now in play. Left a chance, but that could have been far worse. Another complete mishit from Chris Wakelin. Now can Jack Jones just steal himself and knock this long red in? No, the answer's no, he can't. And didn't play it with much confidence neither, David. He should have been just stunning that dead for the blue there. The shots pros practice all the time, and he decided to err on the side of caution.
Yeah, he seems to have sort of just started feeling the pressure of getting over the line in a match where he's been by far the better player, but his standard is dipping, and that's why Wakelin is getting, maybe sensing that there's an opportunity coming.
chance at a pot. Not easy. Yeah. Not close, I'm afraid.
One.
Yeah, Chris is going to need at least one of those reds that's together on the side cushion.
6. 7.
Oh, has he got the angle? I don't think so.
Twelve.
I think Judd might have been able to play that shot, but not many others.
Chris Wakeling, 12.
Well, he's 30 in front. So if he gets another chance, Wakeling, red and a blue, and Jones will need a snooker. He was basically one positional shot away from winning 3-0. If he'd have gone on that last red properly in the previous frame, where the balls were, you couldn't really see it going wrong.
Yeah, that was a really clever shot from Jack.
Foul. And a miss.
Yeah, I think they'll be going back.
Chris Wakeling, 4.
Oh, I don't understand that at all. White was fairly near the cushion. It was awkward queuing for Jack Jones. Yeah, all of a sudden, he started to really struggle.
One.
Yeah, so we're going to be heading, it would seem, into a decider. 40 in it, 35 on.
6 on the frame.
Yeah,
Chris
Jack
Wakeling.
Jones has conceded. So Chris Wakeling, without pulling up any trees, has won the last 2 frames. Jack Jones looks set to win 3-0, but in fact it's 2-2.
trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
The future is nine ball.
Has a past, but it has a bright future.
Nine ball is the future because of the history.
More professional pool tournaments
Around the world.
More traveling, more fun,
more cash, more trophies,
more drama. I can play big tournaments close to my home.
more motivation for everyone.
We all play in one roof.
The world ranking is the most important thing. The pool players have clarity,
Transparency.
see where you stand and
See where you want to head to
qualify for the big events.
trying to become number one.
It's a great opportunity to play the best event of the year.
Dream come true, Mosconi Cup.
Too much going to come.
a dream for everyone. Moscow Cup.
What a shot he's played there.
A minimum of $3 million prize money. Over 40 nine-ball World Tour events. Over 1,000 hours of live pool.
It's fast and exciting to watch, and you never know what can happen.
just shoot them in order.
The nine-ball World Tour.
World Tour.
Nine ball world tour.
Nine ball world
Nine
tour.
ball world tour.
Brought to you by Matchroom.
The gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Welcome back to Leicester. It's day one, Group 1 of the BetVictor Championship League here at the Mattioli Arena, and here's how things stand currently. Remember, 2 days of action to decide the group in total. Chris Wakelin with an inspired performance there after really struggling in his 2 opening matches this afternoon. Came back 2-0 down he was in that match against Jack Jones. Breaks of 60 and 73 from Jack to take a 2-0 lead. A break of 86 in the decider from Chris to take himself off the foot of the table and at least give himself some positives to think about. Elliot Slessor, 2 matches played, no matches won, so still at the foot of the table there on 0 points. Hussein Fafai looking pretty good. Ryan Day looking pretty good as well. 2 matches played, 2 matches won. Still a very, very long way to go. Lots of matches still to be played here, and here's what's to come this evening. Next up on table 1, our feature table on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. Gary Wilson taking on Hossein Vafai, and then Hossein will stay out there on table 1 to take on Chris Wakelin in the final match of this evening's session. Over on table 2 on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, Pang Jung-Zhu has just lost his match to Ryan Day in a deciding frame. That one took a long old while to conclude. That match is followed by Elliot Slesser and Pang, and then finally concluding this evening's play, Jack Jones taking on Slesser. So the players are just starting to arrive for our penultimate match here on table 1. Referee Tatiana Wollaston just doing the toss of the coin.
Right, Gary. All the best. Say, all the best. Thank you. The first frame. Gary Wilson to break.
Gary Wilson made a brilliant start in his match earlier against Jack Jones, 2-0 up, but again, another game that went the distance, and Gary on the wrong end of that one, so looking to right the wrongs here. Just goes to show how quickly these short races can turn around. You're never quite safe, you're never over the line in these best of 5s, and Pete, that was a big game for Chris Wakelin previous to get that result and just give himself a glimmer of hope and get a point on the board. It's important.
Yeah, very important, and I don't think he'll be able to believe that he's done it. I'm almost certain that Jack Jones will be absolutely kicking himself, letting those opportunities slip by. I think this is a game that if Hossein Vafai can win, he will almost certainly put himself in tomorrow night's semi-final. 3 wins out of 3. 5. If he can win this match. He's been struggling for a bit of form this season, Hossein, from what I've noticed, for some reason. Absolutely phenomenal player. Used to practice at the same club as me.
12.
And absolutely amazing in amongst the balls. Day in, day out.
30.
Yeah, his record this season is, well, not a good one for a player ranked as high as he is, currently the world number 26. He's only made one last 16 other than the semi-final in Championship League in the summer, which was a group format similar to this. So in a normal traditional ranking tournament, just 20. The one last 16 this season in Xi'an for Hossein Vafai, and very, well, a vast number of last 32s and last 64. That, 21. For a player of his standard, is just not good enough.
No, definitely not. And I think he's going to have a look at his day-to-day practice, see what it is that he's doing, because there's no way made, like 20. You say. He should be at 26 in the rankings and one last 16.
Yeah, he has tasted
26.
A place in the top 16 before. He's been ranked as high as 15th in the world, and for someone like him, he's been a professional since 2012, which, you know, he had a lot of trouble at the
27.
Start of his career, where he was struggling for visas and he couldn't actually come over to compete on the World Snooker Tour, and all sorts of things going off externally which don't really help you as a player. Something that we're very fortunate to have never really had to deal with, something that we take for granted. These overseas players, they have to overcome a lot of difficulties 34. In times, and he's become a top player, Hossein Vafai. I'd like to get himself right back up those rankings once again.
Yeah, 35. You make a good point there, Stephen. It'd be interesting to know just how many, say, UK-based players would still play the game if the tour was all based out in China, let's say, and all the qualifiers. You had to go out there for months at a time.
It's almost impossible, really, to put yourself
41.
In their shoes, isn't it? Because we're so blessed to have the tour predominantly based in the UK. It's something, as I say, we've quite often taken for granted 42. For so long, just having events on our doorstep. We moan about paying a few £100 for a hotel here and there. These guys have had to really dedicate their life and put everything into the game.
49.
Yeah, I saw Pang when he came in this morning. He came in the venue, he came in on his own. He's in a whole new country, he's travelling around on his own. It can be very lonely, especially if results aren't going your way as well.
57.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of these academies have played such an important role in the development of the overseas players. Hussein, I don't know if he still is there, but for a number of years was based at the Q House Academy in Darlington, and it's sort of a hub and a hive for the overseas players. You know, there's potentially a language barrier as well, so it's almost like one big family where at least they can try and feel as comfortable as possible to allow themselves to perform to the best of their abilities.
Touch and ball.
That break came to a pretty abrupt end for Hussein Vafai. Split to the Reds didn't go to plan, so trying to contain things.
Saying though, he's the sort of player that he scares opponents because he likes to go for his shots, and sometimes you play him and it doesn't matter where you leave him on the table, he manages to find a pot. Not the best in the tactical department, but I suppose you don't have to be when you can score as heavy as he can.
Still only 30 years of age, Hussein. It feels like he's been around for a lifetime, doesn't it? He looked about 30 when he first got on the tour in 2012.
You were just on about the darts. There's no way Luke Little is only 17.
Of course, that all concludes tonight at the Alexandra Palace, which is of course where the World Snooker Tour will be heading next week as well for the Masters. Starts next Sunday. One of our Triple Crown events, one of our majors. Gary Wilson, of course, will be playing. He takes on Sean Murphy in the opening round.
Possibly went for that red, I'm not too sure. Not too bad though.
Bit of a game of cat and mouse this. Hussein completely reluctant to play off those four reds, that little cluster beneath the pink spot. Wants to try and keep things as tight as possible with his 57-point lead.
I'll tell you who has improved a lot. And that's the referee, Tatiana Wollaston. She's improved a lot with her refereeing, and she's really put herself about to become one of the best referees in the world. And it wouldn't surprise me if she wasn't refereeing this year's World Final.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. She's brilliant for the game, and make sure you stay with us tomorrow, because what an interesting concept we've got. Tatiana will be refereeing and husband Ben will be commentating.
Well, I'll stick my neck out and say that she'll do a World Final before he does.
What, Ben referee a World Final?
No.
I'd agree with you there.
He might have to.
It's a pretty bold shout. Can't imagine Ben ever refereeing a World Final.
Well, that's a terrible shot by Gary Wilson. Has he left the clip on this red? If he hasn't, he's been very fortunate. Very, very fortunate there, Gary Wilson. He's played quite a good shot there, Hossein, but this red has stayed dangerously close to the yellow pocket. If he wants to have a go at it. Normally fairly attacking himself, Gary, but I think he would be the first to say that his long potting is the worst part of his game. Yeah, and even though he's 57 points in front, if Wilson pots the next ball, he possibly goes favourite for the frame.
And the fact he's down pretty quick tells us that this red passes.
1.
Yeah, although there's a cluster of 4 reds above the black and possibly none of them pot, it's a straightforward cannon from the black into those reds. It should spit fairly nicely.
Gary Wilson 1.
Well, I don't know what Gary's looking at there. I don't think there's any chance that that's rolled off. He's just missed it.
Well, I think I'm surprised as Gary is, and gave no consideration to the chance of even missing that brown. I was looking at the angle he'd left on the red, and well, you can see the brown's still hovering in the jaws of the pocket. What a mistake that was from Gary.
6. 7. 11. Hussein with 5-11.
A bit of a pointless task this for Gary Wilson. He needs 2 snookers, only to be able to tie the frame.
1.
And the black is safe as well, so not much chance of him winning this frame.
He's one of these players, Gary, that he'll always carry on
6.
regardless of how many snookers he needs. He does it time and time again. I think probably down to the fact that that match he won against Zhou Yulong in the Scottish Open to book his place in the final just gave him that belief that any frame is possible to win. He had no right to win that match, needing all those snookers.
Yeah, and I don't think he's fully recovered from it neither, Yulong. Not been having a great season himself for such a terrific player.
Gary Wilson 13.
Yeah, but not to be.
Frame
It was
conceded,
always
frame,
a tall
Hussein
order,
Vafai.
but there is the concession from Gary. So it took a couple of bites at the cherry for Hussein Vafai. Got in first, scored a few, broke down, but he's got over the line in the end. Hussein Vafai, first blood here in Leicester. He leads Gary Wilson 1-0.
And the gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry.
And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins!
Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
1-0 to Hussein here in our penultimate match on table 1 at the BetVictor Championship League Invitational Edition.
The second frame. Hussein with 5 to break.
First to 3, best of 5s these matches all the way through this event. Of course, every game, every frame counts. Prize money on offer, £100 per frame in the group stages. That increases to 200 in the groups for winner group. There's playoffs coming up tomorrow evening where the top 4 ranked players from the group will progress to try and play off to book their place in winners group. And of course, incentives for everyone else but the bottom 2 players. If you finish in the bottom 2, you are eliminated from the tournament. That's what all the guys are trying to avoid. The groups come thick and fast as well. Next week we've got some real big hitters in action here. None bigger than Group 3 actually. January the 8th and 9th we've got world champion Kyron Wilson, Mark Selby, And Ronnie O'Sullivan joining the event. Tough score, that group.
Very. There's 2 people from probably this group, at least. Yeah, it'd be fantastic for whoever wins this. Themselves guaranteed in the Champion of Champions for next season.
That's one of the things I like most about the tour now. There's always little subplots at play and always little well, I say little, they're not little, they're massive incentives, aren't they? Things like the Champion of Champions, we've got the Players Series events as well for the 1 year list. There's always so much on the line.
Yeah, a little fortunate there, I'm saying. Yeah, this looks pretty good.
Yeah, he's in big trouble here. I'm saying for fight. He can get through to reds between the green and brown, and he can see one on the right of the table full ball. No obvious routes back to balk, and very dangerous.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether he can come off the side cushion and nestle into the reds near the pink somehow. I don't know if you can see far enough down the side cushion to play that. Oh, that's a very good shot from Hossein. Gary going to try and play a similar shot to last time. Around the angles to the green and brown. Played it well. Used the black as a stopper for the red to stop it going down the table.
I think Hossein kind of knew his fate from the previous shot. There was no intention to try and gain an advantage off the safety shot he played. It was all about just get that cue ball back to balk.
Well,
and he's done it again there. That's not a bad result, really.
Yeah, that's one way to get it back to balk.
Okay, he has left a long red available for Gary. Will he be tempted?
Gary just having a look to see if he can play this long red as a shot to nothing, knowing he can only leave the red he's playing. It's hard to tell from here. Well, that was a complete and utter mishit. He's decelerated that so badly.
There is a red right in amongst this big cluster, but does it pass through them to this left corner? Hossein thinks it does. It's very tight. May only have half a pocket to aim at there. Well, hello. Hello.
Clever shot, put the brown over the middle. Good thinking from Hussein.
See, this is where the game has improved so much. We just don't see those sorts of shots.
I mean, what are they paying you for, Steve, if you're not seeing them?
Just too advanced for me, that.
I saw that one.
5.
Just pot the brown for 4 points and snooker yourself.
Same with 5-5.
Yeah. Played that one a little bit casual for my liking, and he has left a red to the middle pocket, but can he pot it and get out onto a colour? Well, only the pace kept that out. Yeah, that's fantastic shot. Played with confidence as well to hold out of baulk for a baulk colour.
He's got such an authoritative strike, hasn't he? The same for 5. When he hits the ball, it's always packed full of confidence. He's got such a lovely technique.
5.
Yeah, he manages to move the cue ball around the table easily enough, even though he has his hand so close to the white ball.
Ten.
So that great opening red has earned Hussein this chance, although only really got the blue to work off for the time being. So cue ball control is
11.
under a bit of scrutiny here to try and keep a close white, and you can see he didn't like that from the minute he struck it. Knew it just slightly overcooked it.
Again, not just that one, he's out of position again.
16.
Hard to control. This is a very tough shot now from where he's playing this red from.
$17.
Yeah, very tough shot made to look very easy. That's a poor shot. He's played to try and go into the
22.
meat of the pack there, and he's not got into the cue ball enough. This is dangerous.
Same with 5. 20.
Yeah, and it never looked in. It was always that top jaw, so that chance very quickly has gone astray for Hussein. It all came from that screwback shot on the red he played, where he landed his cue ball on the side rail for the blue. From that moment on, he was chasing his cue ball.
1.
And not only that, but that misread has presented an opening for Gary and he's taken it.
Yeah, Gary would love to get the pink back on its own spot.
Well, does this red pass through the gap between the pink and reds? If it does, it's a big help, because for a moment there it looked like he might have landed in no man's land.
Eight. $14. $15.
Yeah, I was just about to say this is a pretty good chance, but he's come up quite a bit short on this pink into the middle. He's going to have to play for the red along the black cushion next. Yeah, he's tried to hold with a cannon and it's not really worked out.
21. Gary Wilson, 21.
Well, that shot was purely out of frustration. Got nowhere near the pot.
Gary Wilson,
Had
20.
no real control over where the cue ball was going. He was more than being hopeful there, Gary, trying to keep that break going, but playing it the way he did, he's gifted a chance back to Hussein.
Six. Seven.
Yeah, hasn't quite got there, I don't think. He's just fallen a little bit short. So he's going to need a good shot to get back in position. Or certainly play the red from further away if he takes the blue. That's a fantastic effort.
12.
And to use the knuckle in the middle to get back down to the reds.
13.
What a brilliant shot that was from Hussein. The sort of shot you would probably see at an exhibition, not in a big snooker tournament. Very rare you see that type of shot played, but it was exactly as played. Just off straight low on the blue, screwing into the knuckle, getting the cue ball back down. Just another example of the shots these players have in their armoury.
18.
It's slightly Overrun that one again. Shouldn't be a problem, but you never know.
19.
Yeah, just a little bit wary here, I'm saying. I think it's the red towards the side cushion that's causing a problem. We'd love to just stun this round off 2 cushions to make the shot a little bit easier. In the end, had to float it in a little bit, but played it really well.
25.
So we need one of the awkward reds.
26.
Probably the one along the black cushion.
Yeah, so 34 points. Hussein leads. This red
32.
takes him 35 in front with 35 remaining. To follow for snookers
33.
required. Just felt like a really big frame actually. Both players with a number of chances. Both players making a number of mistakes as well. These short sprints can often encourage a lot of tension and scrappy frames, but this pink, all that Hussein needs, and in it goes.
Yeah, almost certainly. 2-0.
39. Yeah,
I don't even think Gary Wilson's going to chase the snookers from here.
Hussein 5. 40.
Well, he's trying to absolutely pump that pink in, and Gary is coming back to the table purely because he's got a guaranteed snooker,
Frame
although
considered. Frame.
we thought
Hussein
it
one.
was.
You were saying.
What do we know? There we go. Gary Wilson chucked the towel in. There's the concession. So Hussein Vafai doubles his lead. Chance to keep his intact record in play here today. Leads Gary Wilson 2-0 in a race to 3.
And the gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry.
And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins!
Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
It's day 1, Group 1 of the BetVictor Championship League here in Leicester, and Hussein Vafai has made a very good start here on table 1 against Gary Wilson.
Frame 3.
2-0 he leads in a best of 5. Gary Wilson with it all to do. Was Gary Wilson found himself 2-0 up against Jack Jones in his last time out here this afternoon. Lost that game 3-2, so he will know better than anyone that this match is not over just yet. But Hussein Vafai will be trying his hardest here to get a quick kill in this match, put this one to bed. He certainly played the better of the two, although there hasn't been any fireworks just yet. Score update for you over on Table 2. Table 2 available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Pang Jung-Zhu has taken the opening frame against Elliot Slessor. Slessor having a real torrid time of it today. 2 matches played, 2 matches lost so far, so bang up against it in the very early stages of this event, Elliot Slessor. That is the penultimate match on Table 2 as well. The final match will be Slessor against Jack Jones as well over on Table 2. Hussein Vafai, regardless of the result, will stay on to take on Chris Wakelin in our final match here on Table 1. And with these group format, you can pretty much do the bulk of the work on the first day, and this man there, Hussein Vafai, is looking to do just that. 2 matches played, 2 matches won. This is looking very likely to be another point on the board for Hussein, and with still a match to come, there's a chance he could win all 4 matches today and absolutely guarantee his place in the playoffs tomorrow. That would really take the pressure off.
Bang, the miss. Hussein Vafai, 4. Wasn't far off where it stopped, isn't it? Play from here. Okay. Yeah, because I think it's not far off from where it was, maybe.
Just play from here. Change your mind?
Yeah.
Are you allowed to do that, yeah?
You
I
said,
don't think it matters, but
yeah,
I was
play
always
from
told
here.
you weren't allowed to change your mind, as you said.
I think because it was a split second between he said it, it's not like he sat down and you were, you know. Yeah.
I was always told the rule was if you said which one to do, you couldn't then change your mind.
But the referee didn't even ask me.
Yeah, I didn't even like. Yeah, so it was just literally a split second, turned around and he said, yeah.
I'm not bothered,
Yeah,
I'm just saying
you
I
play
thought
from
that
here.
the rule was.
That was an interesting little exchange, wasn't it? Hussein Vafai initially suggested that he wanted the cue ball replaced, but then decided to just make Gary play again from there, and in the end it made not much difference at all. But had Gary have missed that red that time, the referee Tatiana Wollaston wouldn't have been able to issue a warning because he could see a red full ball.
Yeah, I do think Gary was actually right, though. I don't think you are allowed to change your mind. Once you've committed to what you want to do, you can't change your mind and say, yeah, because, I mean, in theory, you could say, play again, and then realise you've left someone and say, oh, no, hang on a minute, I'll play, it's okay. Yeah, once you've said a thing, you have to stick to that, I believe. That's the rule.
number of safety shots played, and the Reds have opened far and wide, although very scrappy, high-value colours, pink and black, in trouble.
Gary hasn't even been near a long pot so far in this match. If this goes in, he might not get many more chances.
1.
Yeah, the Reds look like they're nicely positioned, but they're not really that good, and the colours certainly aren't. Yeah, I think there might be a little bit of value in cutting the blue in here and trying to run into the Reds near the black. Just hoping for a little bit of luck and try and develop the balls. Is there anything
7.
on offer? Well, the speed in which he's got down suggests definitely there is.
8.
These are worrying times for the Tyneside Terror.
Yeah, and worrying is certainly the word I would use for Gary's
13.
long game today. You're absolutely right. Some of the balls that he's missed from distance, they're not just missing close.
14.
They're missing by a long, long way. That to me is a sign of someone potentially just playing their way back into form. Bit of time off over Christmas, no doubt. If the first thing that tends to go is your long game when you've not been practicing in amongst them, these guys are never going to miss really, but certainly Gary's long game today has not been there.
19. $20.
Sudden, this has turned into quite a good chance for Hossein.
26.
Got himself into a nice position around the pink spot. A little
27.
selection of stuns. Not going to have to really worry about the 5 reds around the black. No, might be a delicate little cannon to flick off those, but no, he's playing back round.
34.
Here come fraction low. Should be okay. Just drop onto those 2 reds to hold for position. Oh, perfect.
He's made this break look really, really simple. It hasn't been. Very congested. Cue ball control imperative in a scenario like this, and he's taken these so well.
Just as you've said that, he snookered himself.
47.
Still got a pot on, but this is very thin and very missable. Yeah, it was one Just one shot away from winning. We're better playing safe now, but not really Hussein's game. And you might wish he had done.
Hussein, 47.
Left. That is what. This is one last chance for Gary Wilson.
One.
Here now. And you're going to get into these 5 reds. Try and give yourself a chance to get back in the frame or win the frame in one visit.
Got a double chance here, Gary. Play for the pink, just off straight into the right corner pocket. If he lands just high enough, may have the chance to career into that cluster by the black.
8.
If not, he's always got the loose red. Has he gone far enough? No, he's landed too straight. So, decision time. Do you try and pot the red and bring reds into play? It's a sort of shot that's fraught with danger. But it looks as if it's the shot that he's decided to play, so this is now a key shot for Gary's hopes of winning this frame.
Yeah, couldn't have played it much better. Developed 2 reds, brought the black out. Stunned straight down to get on one of the others. Yeah, if this red goes in, we've got a new favourite.
Well,
how has that gone in? That did not look in at all.
You could see from the look on Gary's face as he was walking round, I think it surprised him as well. He caught a lot of that cushion, never mind the knuckle.
Yeah, still got work to do.
26.
Trailing by 25 points still. This isn't a straightforward positional shot. Again,
27.
played it very well. Sure, I'm saying now he's regretting not playing the safety shot when he ran out of position.
Yeah, and having seen that red a couple of shots ago go in that right corner pocket when it looked like he'd missed it, that red beneath the black won't bother Gary one bit. He'd be happy to just play on that at some stage without having to develop it.
34.
Yeah, green and brown look the only slight obstacle.
$41. 42. 49.
'Did the maths quickly there, Gary. He knows that he can't just play in behind that brown and drop it in. He will need the blue as well. So that really is going to be the most difficult task here. It's not so much the pot on the brown, it's the pace he's going to have to play it to get the cue ball back out. So this is a key shot now. Yellow to green to leave a nice angle, a natural angle to float in behind that brown. There's that cue ball to run a touch, and it hasn't, so you may have to play. Can he just float this in without going across and using the cushion? Has done, just left himself a little further away from the brown. So this now a massive shot for Gary Wilson.
$61.
And in it goes. What a brilliant clearance this has been.
66.
Can't imagine Hussain fancied losing the frame from this visit, particularly where the reds were when Gary came to the table, but he took the chance to bring all the reds into play as quickly as possible, and this has been the result. What a brilliant break this has been from Gary. Keeps his hopes alive in this match. He trailed Hussain Bafai 2-0. He's now half the deficit. Hussain still one away from another win in this group, but a brilliant clearance from Gary Wilson, and he's back in it. Game on.
gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry.
And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
The future is nine ball.
Has a past, but it has a bright future.
9-ball is the future because of the history.
More professional pool tournaments.
Around the world.
More traveling, more fun.
More cash, more trophies.
More drama. I can play big tournaments close to my home.
More motivation for everyone.
We all play in one roof.
The world ranking is the most important thing.
The pool players have clarity,
transparency.
See where you stand and
see where you want to head to.
To qualify for the big events.
Trying to become #1.
It's a great opportunity to play the best event of the year.
Dream come true, Mosconi Cup.
The Mosconi Cup.
The dream for everyone, Mosconi Cup.
What a shot he's played there. A minimum of $3 million prize money. Over 49-ball World Tour events. Over 1,000 hours of live pool.
it's fast and exciting to watch, and you never know what can happen.
just shoot them in order.
The 9-ball World Tour.
9-ball World Tour.
9-ball World Tour.
Brought to you by Matchroom.
Gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry.
And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
So we've got one more match to come here on Table 1, on day 1 of Group 1 of the BetVictor Championship League. We've had some close matches in this session. Chris Wakelin and Hossein Vafai, the winners so far, and Vafai and Wakelin will be playing the last match, as you can see. On Table 2, Ryan Day won that decider against Pang Junzhu. Pang is currently 1 each with Elliot Slesser, who stays on in the last match to play Jack Jones. So Vafai is top, 3 played, 3 won, and he's looking to end the day on a real high. And if he were to win this last match against Wakelin, he would qualify for sure for the playoffs. He's looking good anyway. Ryan Day, 2 wins out of 2. He's finished for the day. And then the rest of them very tight, just 1 point separating the remaining 5 players. Well, Vafai looked very good there against Gary Wilson. He's looked good all day, in fact. And Chris Wakelin, he battled through to beat Jack Jones earlier 3-2 from 2-0 down, but hasn't played his best today. So Vafai starts favourite for sure here, but let's see if he can end the day with a 4th win out of 4. Those Championship League chairs, they have been an ever-present since the first staging back in 2008. So we've changed venues a couple of times, but they've travelled with the tournament. Very comfortable, but of course you want to spend your time at the table, ideally. And he's done that plenty today. Just one more match for Iran's number 1 to play when Chris Wakelin arrives. Now then, on table 2, this is of course live on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Elliot Slessor and Pang Jung-Soo, 1 each. Still a match to come after this, which is Slessor against Jack Jones. Pang started really well today. He beat who did he beat? 3-0. Chris Wakelin. It's been a long day. He beat Chris Wakelin 3-0, but of course since lost 3-2 to Ryan Day. Slessor looking for a point. He's come up on the wrong side of a couple of matches already, so this is his 3rd match and he's looking for his 1st point.
And 2 quite contrasting days, Hussein Vafai and Elliot Slessor. Hussein 3 from 3 with a chance to win 4 from 4. Elliot scrapping for his 1st point of the day.
So, 2 winners of the shootout here, of course. Vafai 2022 and then 2023 it was Chris Wakelin who succeeded him as champion. But this is not 10 minutes, it's first to 3.
Vafai to break.
Reminder, Vafai looking for his 4th point out of 4. And Chris Wakelin looking to end the day with 2 points out of his 4 matches.
I think all things considered, if Chris Wakelin can get the result in this game, it would be a real relief to him. Having lost your opening 2 games, I think he'll certainly take winning the final 2.
1.
And that's a great start. Brilliant opening red.
Yeah, I mean, he struggled against Jack Jones, but he battled back well. And then before the decider, when we were at the ad break, Peter Line said to me, I bet he wins the decider in 1 visit. And that's exactly what happened. He just steeled himself to play 1 good frame.
Well, he's played a pretty good shot there, Chris Wakelin. It was always going to be difficult to judge the pace of the cue ball, and the big puff of the cheeks tells you everything you need to know. Just was willing that cue ball to pull up. Played the aggressive shot, and it hasn't worked out. Players now never shy away from playing that aggressive shot. Asking referee Tatiana Wollaston for the extended spider, not a piece of apparatus you often see.
No, and you don't really want to see it either. There's a lot of length involved here, a lot of distance from the cue ball.
Yeah, not only the issue of actually getting to the black, it's the red over this right corner pocket that is causing Chris Wakelin a lot of trouble. Got to try and cover that.
There's a lot of cue there, isn't there? Then you've got to get everything out of the way.
Chris Wakelin 9.
Well, he's played a very clever shot there, Chris Wakelin, and that didn't look much, but it was a very good shot. Played the black at such a pace that he always had a chance of covering this red over the right corner, which gave him an extra chance of getting coverage with the cue ball as well. Great shot.
One.
Another good opening red from Chris, and he'll be right down to this right corner to check out this area of the table. He'd like to get rid of the red closest to the corner pocket as soon as possible, and in doing so he'd like to be able to then get the black back on its own spot. That would really open things up.
Six.
Now he can just stun up past this black, use the side cushion and just leave the cue ball somewhere where he's just pointed with his cue. Just needs to be mindful of the red closest to the black, but should be no issues here.
Seven.
That's fine. Straight enough that he can control the cue ball.
Of course, Wakelin's shootout
14.
points are soon to come off, but he's put so many points on this season. Got to the International Championship final. He's had other deep runs in tournaments. He's still looking good for the top 16 in terms of the Crucible seedings.
15.
Not guaranteed, but it'll be in, certainly, it looks like the first two Players Series events, the World Grand Prix and the Players Championship. And they are ranking tournaments in their own right. And then if you get in the Tour Championship as well, then surely he would get enough points to be a top 16 player. If you're winning matches, all that looks after itself. Well, didn't mean to cannon the brown there, so that's just gone wrong.
20. Chris Wakelin, 20.
So a couple of visits, but still only 29 in front. That was a third chance, but missed immediately that time. Well, he gets a fourth chance. And I get the feeling he'll pop this one.
One.
So he's got options here, Chris. He's got a nice angle on this brown to come down for the reds. But it'd just be having a little look. They're all quite nicely spread, but do any of them pot to either corner pocket? not, he does have a chance to go into the Reds. Well, he's played twice across, looking for a little gap in amongst them, and I think he's played it to absolute perfection.
5.
What a brilliant shot that was from Chris Wakelin.
6.
Well, meanwhile, Elliot Slesser on table 2. He missed the pink. Pretty straightforward pink, just needing the black as well to lead 2-1, and then missed the pink altogether. Next shot, trying a thin safety. It's all Pang needed. He potted it. And Slesser threw his cue down on the table, furious at the end of the frame. So it's 2-1 to Pang.
30. $14.
It's such a big game that for Elliot over on table 2, because you don't want to lose 3 from 3 and then the prospect of 4 from 4, because he's still got one more game to play on the first day. Pretty much out of it on day 1. Never a nice feeling going back to the hotel knowing you've got to come
21.
back tomorrow to play again, knowing you can't win the group. $22.
Well, Chris Wakelin, he was basically out of the tournament, wasn't he? 2-0 down to Jack
29.
Jones. He'd only won one frame. That was his third match, and he wasn't doing anything at that point. He looked certain to lose 3-0. And you think there's probably no way back from there, but he battled back to win.
30.
And okay, he's needed a few chances here, but he's looking a lot better as the day's gone on. And if he can get a result here, then tomorrow, who knows, he could come in and play much better all round, could end up winning the group. Well, Tatiana Wollaston measured the pink spot, but it never quite looked like it would go there. Next highest
36.
available is the green.
37.
And the same for fight required snookers.
$42. Chris Wakelin, 42.
71 in it, 59 on.
And a frame.
And the fight stays in his chair. So Chris Wakelin has won the opening frame as he attempts to win his second point here this evening. He leads 1-0.
And the gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry.
And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins!
So Chris Wakelin leads, I was saying, for 5-1-0. If you're just joining us for Fi, he's won his first 3 matches. Of course, they each play 6, so we're back tomorrow. And at this round about this time, the final, I imagine, will be getting underway. Top 4 going to the playoffs, of course, 2 semi-finals, and the respective winners play each other. And that winner will get into the winners' group in February, where they'll be joined by 6 other players. The overall winner earns a place in next season's Champion of Champions. Once again, so many of the games. Leading players have supported the event. We've got Ronnie O'Sullivan, Karen Wilson, Judd Trump, Neil Robertson, Mark Selby, amongst other big hitters still to come. Ali Carter's here next week, C.J. Wee. Likes of Jack Lazowski, Noppin Senkom, Stuart Bingham. So it's a great list of players. Jackson Page as well, looking forward to seeing him next week. Of course, he was runner-up to Carter in the ranking event version in the summer. Oh, it's very nearly one of the pots of the day. We would have been on the black as well. Has left one to far corner though for Fi.
One.
Yeah, and that's a good pot. So first chance in this second frame to Hussein. He finished off the match against Gary Wilson so well. He got in with a good opening red, and it must have been a few minutes, and the frame was already won. It was so fast, so aggressive.
One.
Great to watch. Can he do similar here?
9.
Looking for an angle off the blue to get straight into that pack of reds. Looking for pink full in the face. Plenty of backspin. Oh, he's just got too much into it. If he catches the pink there, they open far and wide.
14.
There's not enough pace on the cue ball to prevent that backspin taking. But a chance to keep it going and a chance to play the same shot again, just from the opposite side. This time he catches it, and this time he's split them well, and at first glance he's been very, very unfortunate.
20.
He couldn't have wished for a better split. Look at the control on the cue ball once again. Plenty of spin on the white to just zip it, keep it in open play. You're just hoping to land, and look where he has landed.
Yeah, it seems harsh. He played the positive shot. He played it well. You just need just that little bit of fortune just to land on one. You felt he would have done. Trying to manufacture something here, I think, that maybe isn't there. Just going to have to accept it and try and play an effective safety.
Hussein, 5, 20.
Not straightforward safety shot this for Chris Wakelin. He can play off a number of reds and get the cue ball over the left side of the table, which is not really much value to him because red's close to that left corner pocket. So he's looking at an alternative route. Can he try and just contain this little exchange for a few shots? Possibly dump the cue ball on this top cushion and leave nothing to left corner. think from the moment Chris Wakelin struck that shot, he knew that he was going to be in trouble. Just didn't catch the red full enough, which meant the cue ball travelled on and he left the red for Hussein.
Yeah, he's a confident player. I'll say for fight. We saw that in the previous match. We've seen it all day, really. Not seen it as much this season as the season's gone by.
No.
Of course, it was at this venue right at the start of last year, the World Grand Prix, where he had a rather ill-tempered meeting with Mark Williams in their match. He ended up leaving without shaking hands and just got upset about something. It wasn't exactly clear what.
16. And
he's had a couple of controversies, hasn't he, at the World Championship with Ronnie O'Sullivan, with the comments he made and smashed the Reds up, and then last year had a go at the venue, the Crucible. So he didn't mind sort of upsetting people, but bottom line is he's a terrific player.
Yeah, he's a very strong character, and he never ever shies away from saying what he feels, right or wrong, really. You know, he speaks his mind,
25.
and in sport, that's not a bad thing. You need characters in the game, but to some degree, you have to back it up. And Hussein Vafai has established himself in the top quarter of the rankings for a number of years now. Okay, his ranking has dropped a fraction, but he's a much better player than where he's currently ranked. He has been in the top 16 before.
32.
Yeah, I think that was the problem with the O'Sullivan business. Okay, you know, you make your point, but he lost with a session to spare, so he was kind of put in his place, but that's all in the past. Doesn't mean it won't be brought up many times by the likes of us, of course, because a lot of snooker fans still talk about it.
40.
But I was saying Vafai, he has it in his hands to shift the narrative, because if he starts
40.
winning tournaments, that's what people will talk about.
Yeah, and it's easy to forget he's still quite young. He's still only 30 years of age. I was saying to Pete, it feels like he's been around forever, Hussein Vafai. So very much a learning curve that was for him, I think it's fair to say, albeit pretty harsh learning curve.
46.
It's been pretty harsh today on
47.
Elliot Slessor, who is about to lose 3-1 to Pang Jung-Soo, so that'll be his third defeat. He actually stays on to play the last match against Jack Jones. Pang has now won 2 out of 3. So he's right in the mix coming back tomorrow.
54. 55.
Vafai well and truly over the line here.
$62. 63.
When he has scored today, he scored quickly.
$70. 71. 76. 77.
'Just makes the game look so simple, Hussein.
84.
Even tough bots, you fancy him for them. Again,
85.
knocks the red in down the rail with ease. So the chance of a century is still on.
$92. $94. $97. $101.
So, terrific break this, another century for the fight. Looking like the man to beat in this group at the moment. It can all change in the playoffs, but
112.
certainly looks like we'll be seeing him for sure tomorrow night in the top 4. Yeah, lovely break that. A clearance of 119 from Iran's Hossein Vafai. And in no time at all, he levels up the match at 1 each with Chris Wakelin.
gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry.
And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well, it's been a quick fire match, this fast and furious stuff, and Chris Wakelin leads us saying Vafai 2-1. So can he get it one? Can Vafai force a decider? Frame 4 of a possible 5. There was a big shot, I mentioned it at the time in his match with Jack Jones. He was 2-0 down, he was struggling badly, and Jones was playing nicely. And Jack Jones just needed to get on the last red, and he was basically over the line 3-0. He still needed a few pots, but they're all there. And just left it awkward. He needed the rest. He missed it. Wakelin won that frame, won the match 3-2. And that one shot may have had a big impact on this whole group. Because had Wakelin lost that match, you know, played 3, lost 3, he's probably not coming back for the playoffs. Of course, there's other shots as well to look back on. But that in that match was a key one because, as I say, had he got on the red, ideally, I'm sure that would have been 3-0.
Well, all sorts was happening there. He's tried to clip thin off the red, and he's got a double kiss that wasn't intended. And not only that, he's double kissed into the black, potted the black, and he's left the cue ball at the back of the pack. Absolutely perfect on a red for Chris.
1.
As all that was happening, I thought, well, the black's going to cover the pocket at least, but he actually went in. What a difference that made.
Eight. 9.
So, chance to get into that pack of reds. If he could career through the pack, the red directly above the black, it would be an ideal one to hit, although more about his cue ball here. Screwing off them, which never seemed likely to get back out into the middle of the table. He hasn't really done that much damage to the reds either, so not much achieved from that shot from Chris Wakelin. So much so that it was end of break.
16.
Playing the shot with any frustration, down to the fact he wasn't on a red. Chris just taking his medicine, playing a good safety and forcing a mistake from Hussein, but he's not been able to capitalise. Now where's this red going to finish? Well, the blacks come to his rescue for that one, but there is others available. Possibly got 1 or 2 to green pocket. But in playing them, they're both very high tariff. He's leaving a lot should he miss it. Sure, if he can play it in such a way that he hides any of the other reds. Yeah, it's quite risky, so just choosing the safety shot. Just came round to have a little look at the line down the table, making sure he covers that red over right corner.
One.
Well, he had no real control over where the cue ball was going to finish from that shot, and he's left himself very tricky on this pink. But that's a brilliant pot from Hussein. That was so missable across the table.
Seven.
Well, he's not out of the woods just yet. He's got probably one or two more shots to play nicely to get himself back in nice position. The red to middle, right middle is a tricky little one. His middle pockets are quite unforgiving. The corners look quite generous today, but the middles, they're always pretty nippy. Yeah, he's played it well.
Eleven.
Just won that 16 in a ranking event this season. It seems strange in a way. Just seems to have fallen a few paces back this campaign, but there's still a lot of snooker to play, of course. But that Players Series I mentioned earlier that Wakelin's looking good in, that's massive to get in that, because they are ranking events in their own right. They've got big first prizes and all the prestige,
70.
but in terms of your world ranking position, you can kind of still a march on most of the tour, because most of the tour are not going to be in them. So Bafai needs a sort of late rally in the next couple of events to ensure that he's in certainly a couple of those.
Now he's come up a little straight on this black, so possibly looking at the red at the back of the pack to left middle, or he does have one available on the right of the pack as well. He's slowly
25.
running out of options here though, Hussein. He needs to find an angle off this black to get into that pack. Should be pretty guaranteed to get one here if the red goes in.
26.
Yeah, he's played it well, he's perfect. So into the reds and just try and control that cue ball in the middle of the table. Well, he's just lost the white, just caught the edge of that red.
33.
Refused to back away though from the pot. What a great recovery shot that was.
And not just the pot, he's absolutely A1 on this blue. And he's played the split to perfection. Now, you can't fail to be on one. He has to be on a red here.
39.
Couldn't have hit that pack any nicer.
40.
Yeah, it looks like we're going all the way. This was the split again. Beautiful shot, as was the previous one, the pot on the red from distance. So now it's up to him to just bring this home, set up the decider.
$47. 48. $55. 56. 63. 64.
So this is a massive moment in the context of this group, potentially for Chris Wakelin. It's looking for all the world now that we're going to a decider. And Chris Wakelin with a pretty slow start to the
71.
day. Got a chance to salvage things. If he's going to do that, he's going to have to come through a final frame decider against Hussein. He's taken these very well, as you would expect from
72.
someone of his class. Very good scorer. When he gets in amongst them, he very rarely looks like missing.
$79. 80.
'Of course, still the chance of a second century in this match for Hussein. He won
87.
the one frame he has so far with a break of 119.
Done well there.
90.
Wasn't happy with the angle, but managed to manufacture position here on the yellow.
96.
Yeah, he's played really well today, and again here, another excellent break. So green and brown for the century.
99.
To set up one last frame.
$103. 108. 114.
So it's his third century of the day in total. Another terrific break
121.
from Hussein Vafai. 1-2-1. He had the 119 earlier, and he set up a final frame finish. It's 2-2.
gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry.
And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
So 2-2, it's been a really good match this. Vafai's had a couple of tons and, well, he's hoping for another big break in the decider against Chris Wakelin. Last frame of the day on table one.
Hussein Vafai to break.
Day one of the Championship League. It's 16 days in total. And it's actually played over quite a short distance this year. So the final group will be first week of February in a month's time. That's the winners group, of course.
Yeah, for someone like Chris and Gary Wilson as well, I suppose, starting off in this Group 1 is a real asset in terms of the Masters next week. Well, the back end of next week, because you don't win the group tomorrow, make sure you stay in it and get your place in Group 2, and then potentially Group 3 and Group 4. They're all played next week as well. Lots and lots of snooker to be played.
Yeah, and that's why we've got the likes of Ronnie O'Sullivan and Karen Wilson and Mark Selby coming in next week, and they want the same thing. As Wakelin attempts that quite delicate shot. Not quite as thin as intended off the red, but it's okay.
Just think this is such a great event to have at the start of a calendar year, particularly, as I say, for the players involved in those big tournaments, because you mentioned earlier that someone like Chris, he'd just be practicing anyway to be looking for matches, but the fact he can come here and really test himself and sharpen himself up, that can only be a good thing. No matter how much practice you do on your own or travelling around and playing other players, you can never really put yourself under it like you can in a proper game of snooker out in the arenas, and this is the perfect preparation. This match is still very much up for grabs. Who's going to take it? Both have played pretty decent. Hussein has done much the better of the scoring. But those big breaks, they only count for one frame each, so it'll come down to this.
Yeah, exciting times for Chris, because it's 50 years of the Masters. It started in 1975. There's only been 95 people who played in it. So it's a very small number, really, when you think about it, 5 decades. So it's him and C.Char Wee are the two debutants this year. Gary Wilson has played in it once before.
Was not the best safety shot that he's ever played. Not the fact that the cue ball didn't quite reach the baulk cushion, but the fact he's left a real tempter down this right side for Hussein. A very tough pot though, but the fact he can get his hand on the table helps. Then you miss it, you're bound to leave reds unless you screw back to baulk, which makes the pot more difficult. Oh, and that's what he's tried, and that's what he's got. What a strike that was from Hussein Vafai. If you wasn't watching, you only had to listen. The crash of the back of the leather. That was a beauty.
1.
Yeah, you saw Wakelin sort of, with his facial expression, kind of agreed with you there. Can't argue with that. Been the player of the day, hasn't he? He's won all 3 matches so far. Can he make it 4 out of 4? Rubber stamp his qualification with 2 matches to go for the winners, for the playoffs, not the winners group. That's if you win tomorrow night.
Yeah, and someone we haven't seen at all here on table 1, Ryan Day. He's played 2 matches today, just 2 matches. 2 matches won though, just because of how the format has worked out. So it'll be an interesting day tomorrow for Ryan. Off the back of winning these 2 matches today, he'll play 4 remaining group games and then potentially another 2 matches in the playoffs. So talk about getting your money's worth out of Ryan Day. That'll be a busy old long day for him. You're absolutely right. Hussein Vafai has certainly played the best snooker today, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's just seemed unaffected by anything that's happened in the match in terms of his opponent's performances. He just sort of clears his mind and starts knocking him in again. Let's not forget, in that last frame, he had the chance to come off the top cushion, pop the red in the middle, missed it. And then Wakelin had a very similar shot. He got it, went on to win the frame. That was the previous frame to the last one, of course.
20.
Made it 2-1 to Wakelin. So again, he just sort of cleared his mind from that, made the century, and now he's in the decider.
Got 4 obvious reds in open play.
25.
That he can try and work off, preferably with the black. But he will still need
26.
a red near the pink spot, which are all pretty tied up at the moment, so there is a glimmer of hope for Chris Wakelin, but let's just see how Hussein goes about this break. He's got the chance to bring more reds into play. Puts himself low on this red. May choose the one to middle.
He's
travelled on possibly too far for comfort for the blue. It's quite thin. Doesn't really want to be playing any big cannons into that pack. It's more about delicate control. Just try and chip a couple out. Is he going to go into them and use the pink as a stopper? No, he's tried to screw around the reds, and he always looked a tall order.
39.
And that was the little discussion he was having with himself in his own mind prior to that shot. I think he knew that he had too much angle on that blue and it was very difficult to control, but perhaps didn't have enough angle on the yellow to get nicely down the table. So mistake from Hussein and probably end of break.
Hussein Wafai, 39.
Well, Wakelin will be relieved, bearing in mind what's happened not just in this match but all day really from Vafai. Not over yet. 39, no useful lead early in the decider. All of a sudden, he's in trouble. Snooker behind the yellow. And dangerous here. Red's available.
Yeah, the one red he'd like to land himself on is that red closest to that left corner pocket. He just came round to have a little look to see what he may be leaving. And he come 2 cushions. Just avoid the red on the left of the table. He's hit the red, so has he done any damage? Well, it's worked out okay in terms of where the cue balls come to rest. Catching the underside of that red was, I suppose, the only way he could get somewhat safe. Well, he's got a good length with his cue ball, but he's left the shot to nothing for Chris. This red just above the black will cut to left corner. Oh, and he's got it, but he didn't intend to flick the red off the red on the top cushion. What a slice of luck that was for Chris Wakelin. And the kiss on the green has held the cue ball up for the yellow. He attempted the pot, but he attempted it direct. Now he's back in prime position.
Three. Four. Eight. Nine.
Well, as you're coming down to a close finish, you've got to think.
15. $16.
Yeah, just thinking, I mean, there's a long way to go, but if you took blacks with all the reds, you wouldn't actually need the green. Be 26 in front, you potted the yellow.
$23.
And this is where it's always wise to know that sort of information when you're actually playing
20.
out there. I'm sure Chris has had a little glance at the scoreboard. In an ideal world, he wants to keep himself on the black anyway because the reds are closest to it. Less distance travelled, and I'm sure he'll do that.
31.
Big slice of luck to get in with that first red. Catching the other one, finding the corner pocket.
32.
As you could say, a just reward for his battling qualities that he's shown today, Chris. It was an awful start to the day for him. Didn't look comfortable. But he's dug deep. And he's found something, and now 39. He's got a chance.
Yeah, I mean, he's never lost his discipline. He's been disappointed at times, but he hasn't just sort of thrown his gear at anything. You know, he's
40.
kept that professionalism. Is he about to get his reward? It seems a bit of a miracle to come out the day with 2 points, if that is going to happen, after the start he made. Lost the first 2 matches, 2-0 down, doing nothing against Jack Jones. That's where it started to turn.
47. $48. 55. 56.
Yeah, great pot. Didn't play on it for the corner pocket, but landed nice enough. Get back to the black, so just this black and the yellow required.
$63.
Yeah, he did his maths, so this is effectively match ball. Barring a snooker, it means Hussein Vafai would have lost his first match of the day. Still been a very successful day for him, and he'll figure largely tomorrow, I'm sure. But it looks like Chris Wakelin might as well.
Chris Wakelin, 65.
Well, and he's followed it up with a really nice safety shot just to try and keep the pressure on Hussein. Doesn't want to gift him an easy opportunity to lay a snooker, and what better way to do that than get your opponent in one. Can he see enough of this green to pot it? Possibly not. So coming cushion first. Has he potted it in the middle? No, but kind of in the pink a few moments ago for Hussein was quite a positive for him. It's made a big target, although he's still got to get there.
Well, another terrific pot. Might actually be in a snooker here. In it, so 2 needed. Escaped that one, so
Chris Wakelin's 3.
Looking good for him. Pink and black not in a bad position to try and get a snooker. So Wakelin, if he can just put this brown away, it removes all doubt about the result. And what a terrific fight back, counter-attack today from Wakelin, who seemed down but not out of the Championship League. There's the concession. It's been a great day for Hossein Vafai. He's won 3 matches, but Chris Wakelin is still in there fighting because he has won 2 deciders in the end in his last 2 matches, and in this one he's beaten Hossein Vafai by 3 frames to 2. So that concludes the action on Table 1. Of course, Table 2 continues on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. It's 1 each between Elliot Slessor and Jack Jones. The results then in this session, some close matches there. Chris Wakelin, though, getting those 2 deciding frame victories. And Ryan Day, he won his 2nd match of the day against Pang Zhongzhu. Pang then beat Elliot Slessor, so Pang himself has got 2 points. It's pretty tight, this table. But there it is for the record. It's everything to play for tomorrow. Hossein Vafai, 3 out of 4. It's a good day's work, and the match he lost, as we just saw, was in the decider. Pang, Wakelin and Day all have 2 points. Gary Wilson and Jack Jones 1 each. Elliot Slessor yet to get off the mark, so big hour for him next door. As I say, Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel has that one for you live right now. In terms of tomorrow's matches, Saturday here in Leicester, we start with Chris Wakelin against Ryan Day. And we'll also see Jack Jones there, Elliot Slessor as well on the Table 1. Table 2, Gary Wilson, Elliot Slessor. That's the Tyneside derby to kick off. All start at 11 o'clock tomorrow. And, of course, at the end of the day, we'll have our first player through to the winners group of the BetVictor Championship League. So thanks for your company today. As I say, Table 2 continues. But for us all here on Table 1, we'll see you tomorrow. It's good night.